muted helps. Good evening. Alf just started to get worked up, of course, as I start the stream. So I'm staring at him and giving him the don't you think about it look. Now he's walking over to me. You done? He decided to not pee when he went out this afternoon. No, you're not going now. And instead roll around in the grass and leaves and get all up in his fur. So Dad had to pick it all out. Dogs. Anyway. Well, my homework last time was come up with skills that will then determine the building types. And then figure out what those building types were. And I did my homework. I had a week to do it, so I figured I should be able to get it done. Wanted to make sure I wasn't just like copy pasting skills from other games. Not that everything has to be unique, right? There's going to be things that are the same. You have a dagger, you have an axe, you have a pistol, you have a firearm. Stuff exists everywhere, right? But I didn't want it to feel like I just ripped it off from like Asher's Call or WoW or EverQuest or wherever that was, or Anarchy Online. So I wanted to make it feel like I came up with it and not just stole it. So I went through a bunch of stuff. I'm going to bring this up because this is the easiest thing to show. A graphic I'm putting together for my video that I'm working on about the game. But so this is where we landed. There's 37 skills here, and then I've got a line of like what it means. Not really what it means, but hopefully the skill is clear what it means. But then there's some ideas on sub skills and or weapon types that would fall underneath that, right? So that's what this is. So at the top is all of our weapon types. I can almost get it all on there if I zoom out a tiny tad. There we go. Let me get to this so that little box goes away. There we go. So those are our weapon type skills. So instead of it being you're going to level a skill for sword, or you're going to level a skill for axe, or you're going to level a skill for a throwing blade, or a pistol, or some laser weapon, or whatever it is, right? I kind of grouped them, and then that skill will include those weapon types, not as necessarily sub skills, but as if you're using that type of weapon, it goes towards that skill. And then in this case, to the right of the pipe is just some sub-skill ideas, abilities that you get, some very short list, not by any means complete, but and not even determined are they sub-skills. They might just be abilities you get just because you're using one of these type of things. But so bladed weapons, blades, axes and swords and daggers and whatever other blades we come up with. And then some different possible abilities or sub skills you can get out of that. Impact weapons are going to be more like blunt weapons, like hammers and stuff like that. Reach are longer weapons, so poles or spears or just sticks, except staff. Staff is separate. Staff I made unique because I want that to be what you have to use for the magic based stuff. The staff channeling is, we're calling it channeling, but it's magic basically, right? So that is your magic based skill that will be used. Tension weapons sounded a good unique idea for bow and crossbow. Instead of just saying bow, it now covers bow and crossbow. And then the other tension weapons, we come with some weird futuristic stuff too. It doesn't have to be your standard stuff. This is just to get started with, right? But what this also allows is it says I don't have to define the exact weapon types right now. Eventually I will, but I can get away with just saying, well, any of these listed weapons are this skill. Thrown is thrown. It can be big javelins. It can be throwing blades. It could be throwing knives. I don't care, right? Whatever we end up calling, whatever we end up putting in there. Unarmed is literally unarmed. There's not even weapons associated with it. It's just your hands. There could be weapons. I know sometimes you could get like brass knuckles, or you could get what's it called? It's like a blade that you hold, but it's like a triangle. I remember we had them in Ashford's Call. I don't remember what they're called now. It should be running already. It's a Qatar. If I see it, I'll know what it is. Yeah, that guy. So that's like that could be an unarmed thing. But if we're unarmed, it basically means you don't have a weapon. So it's kind of weird to have a weapon when you're supposed to not have a weapon. So probably, maybe not. We'll see. But unarmed, and then firearms just covers anything that's your, not everything that's just your run of the mill firearm that we know of today. But there will be some special stuff. Like I have special ammunition that can go in here. It could be some other weird things we come up with that doesn't matter. Energy weapons are obviously unique. They're not real. I mean, there are some interesting things that exist today, but not for personal use. But this will be the more advanced technology as we figure out really how to harness power and whatnot. So those are our weapon skills for now. At least my first pass at it. Defense is just a skill. Parry and block for and deflect are more melee or range deflection. And ward would be more magic type deflection or defense. So, and then your combat magic, aggressive channeling, because you're aggressing something. Restorative magic is your vital channeling. So healing yourself or giving yourself extra stamina or whatever that is, right? It's restoring your life force, if you want to say that, right? It's also will be used for things like putting protections on yourself. So that kind of stuff. And then we're getting down to more, before we get to the resource gathering skills. Liminology is our thing we're going to kind of use as your ability to either harness Limen, like Limen. So everybody's going to have Limen as your mana, basically, right? So one of the things in having a higher skill in this, and these are sub skills at this point. Limen conservation would be how effective are you at using what you have innate. Do you use less of it when you cast spells or that kind of stuff? So that kind of thing. Understanding what you're looking at on a map, understanding what weird stuff you're seeing. So as you find stuff and you learn what it is, this skill will help go up. Howdy, Mimi. So then resonance is is basically putting effects on something. Working on a game. We're going through skills for a game. So we can do exclamation point game in chat. I'll give you a quick one-liner. I'm working on a video to explain it. Because it's a lot. So resonance is like talking about skills, or not skills. It's a 2D exploration loot, infinitely large world where you explore, fight mobs, find loot, craft, all that good stuff. So it's loot heavy. But yeah, I mean, let me, I can get my mouse. Okay, this sometimes my other computer decides to not respond to me. Hang on. And boom. I can move them up, maybe. There we go. I can move my mouse again. If I can find my other screen, there we go. And let me just send that. I can't see that bottom little spot there. There you go. That's your one liner. Best I got for you. Right now, I'll have a YouTube video up here probably in the next week that'll be, now that we've kind of worked out the whole idea. I mean, we've got a whole, let me not see we got a huge, long game design document here. So it's a lot to it, but I'll be summarizing it in a video to give a better idea of it. But that's the general idea there. You've crash landed on a planet. Stylized, probably. It's all 2D though. Not pixel art. I'm not going that far. So haven't gotten that's I got to get the system working, then I'll worry about graphics. So yeah, so resonance is like your ability to affect items. So increasing the stats of an item by casting magic on it. It's got a timer on it. Debuffing a creature, buffing yourself. So that kind of stuff. It would be that skill. And then assessment is going to give you. It kind of ties into limenology, but is more of I know what I'm looking at. Like as you learn about things and you, as you learn about things and find things and identify things more, your assessment skill will get better, and you'll be able to learn more about things as you see it. Like as you explore around, you will discover things more. That's an example that may or may not make it into the game. Could be as your threat assessment gets higher, you might be able to tell that there is something aggressive in where you're at that you don't want to fight, right? Or if you don't have a high enough level, you may not even see the thing there and it might just ambush you, that kind of thing, right? So that's the assessment side. Then there's the gathering skills are pretty normal. I mean, there's not much special here. Mining, herbalism, lumberjack, fishing, skinning, farming. Extraction is interesting in that it's kind of it's not exactly like it, but like disenchanting in World of Warcraft, for example. When you disenchant a magic item, you get some essence out of it, some crafting item out of it, right? Similar idea, but it's more, it's broader than that. Like it's extracting different types of things from what you find. It might be an item, it might be another resource, it might be, you might be able to extract the Limen out of it to be able to put into another item, all kinds of different stuff. So it's a little more broad than disenchanting, for example. Salvaging is taking what you find and breaking it down to its core elements and getting some of that in return to then refine. Is it refine? Is it refining what we're calling it? No, we're calling it, where is it? Maybe we are. Is that where I put it? I thought I had something separate for that. Well, it isn't refining. It's built into weaponsmithing and armoring and leatherworking, where you can then permanently adjust properties on your items with what you salvage. And some of the extraction might be involved in that too. But salvaging is like, you say you find a blade you salvage it, you get some metal, and then you can take that and on your current weapon and maybe improve its damage, not modifier. It could be a damage modifier, but your well, I'm drawing a total blank of what it is. Variance, damage variance. So instead of it being 10 to 20, it's now 11 to 20. So it increases your lower end or something, right? Um, so that's salvaging. Refining is a similar process to trying to think what it's similar to in the real world. Mostly myself, the art. That's going to be the plan. We're actually in Photoshop right now, but that's the plan. I'm kind of challenging myself on this game to do everything myself and not outsource it as much as possible. But I got many months to get good at that before I have to worry about it. So I'm trying to think what refining is similar to another game to explain it better. It's kind of. Can you do this in WoW? I don't think you can. I can't think of a game off the top of my head that does. I know I've seen it before. Well, I mean, I think Final Fantasy 14 might have something similar where you take a lower tier item or thing and you do a process on it and you make it a better tier item, for example. Thank you for the follow, Mimi. So that's kind of the refining. It's taking some base materials or some lower level materials and making them better. It's just you're going to lose some in the process, right? Because it's like taking a raw diamond and making it into a nice diamond that can sell, right? You're having to remove some of that to make it look nice, but you are refining it and making it better. So that kind of thing, right? So that's your refining skill. Weaponsmithing and armoring, we kind of mentioned already. It's more of you can make weapons and you can modify weapons and you can make armor, modify armor, and do that kind of thing. So, what you'd expect out of with characters and loot designs. Well, the loot design I got, I've got that's kind of my bread and butter. I had a lot of prototyping before I actually got into making the game, so I've got a good idea where I'm going with it. But yeah, it's pretty well specced out how that's all going to look. So, but I appreciate it. Input is always welcome. May not take it if it doesn't fit, but it's always good to hear different perspectives and take them into consideration. Textiles, weatherproofing, these are sub skills underneath there. But textiles is more like tailoring. That'd be what you'd expect from tailoring, doing cloth things. And weatherproofing would be useful when you're traveling in certain types of terrain. If you're wanting to go explore the mountains, for example, you're going to want some cold resistant undergarments, right? Or if you're going to be in the water a lot, you're going to want something that keeps you dry. So, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will be grinding. I've been working on this not full time, but actually wholeheartedly since May. We've put some time in on it already. I've been thinking about it for decades and making little bits and pieces of it for decades. So finally just getting down to brass tacks and doing it. Leatherworking is leatherworking, nothing. Alchemy, carpentry, cooking. Jewelry would be putting gems and resonant sockets and socketing on your items. So gem stuff, typical jeweler. Engineering, it's here. It is the only skill here that I still have a question mark about because part of me wants there to be when we get down to architect, when you're designing the service buildings and whatnot for, you're not really designing them. You're saying, oh, I know how to build this now. Let me make it. Oh, I know how to build a better version of it now. Let me make that. Is knowing how to make the better version of either a building, or I guess that could be weapons or something, needing special engineering bits to do that. So it's more of an idea than a gonna do this 100%. But that's the only one on this list I'm not 100% on quite yet. I think it might work, but I could also just seeing those things being tacked under the skill that you need something for if there's no crossover. Like if there are, let's say, Limen conduits doesn't make sense for anywhere except for weaponsmith, just put it under weaponsmith. Don't make a whole other skill for that. So, so not sure, but that's the idea for that, is kind of like your bits that you need to upgrade things. Exploration, everybody's going to be getting this. We'll be increasing this skill just because you're always exploring, but it allows you to understand what you're seeing. There'll be events where there's like a ruin that is exposed, and you can find better stuff if you know how to survey it better, right? So, and just survey in general, being able to see what is in your surroundings. Can you tell that there is something man-made, or it's man-made is the wrong word because this is an alien planet, but not natural in some place? It looks like, well, if I go look over there might be something of good, right? So that kind of thing. Just ideas at this point. Like I got to figure out how these all fit in, but investigation is similar along those lines, but more for the Limen aspect of it. So understanding this mysterious power that's on the planet, and how it all plays together. So these exploration and investigation kind of go to hand in hand. Exploration is probably more being able to interpret what you're seeing in your surroundings in a bigger, broader picture. Investigation is likely more getting down in the details and, okay, now I'm here. I know this is here. What can I do with this artifact? Or what can I do? What can I learn about this planet from here? So that's kind of the investigation side. It's more knowledge than understanding your surroundings. Architect is going to be the skill for adding additional services or better services, or housing items or things like that. That kind of design. So settlement related things. And social is here, persuasion and deception, mainly for when it comes to interacting with NPCs. The idea there would be just your typical, like you'll see these in RPG games, for example, when you are talking to an NPC and there's an option on one of your options to respond to them of a persuasion roll, right? Think of Baldur's Gate, for example. If you are persuasive enough, you can get something that you want. If you're not, you don't. So that kind of thing, having that basic level persuasion and deception there. A little touch of role playing in here. Not a huge role playing. So that's our skill list for now. It took a while to figure all this stuff out. I did a lot of thinking, I think I started with like 60, and it had us, I had to weed it down from there because that was too many. That was too much to start with. I want to have room for growth and not give everything at the beginning and not have this huge backlog of skills to figure out. So yeah. So with that, once I had that, I don't care what's new about this. I fed all this stuff to my personal assistant, Claude, and said, hey, make my ADR for this so I don't have to write it myself. And it wrote all this stuff out for it. It took all the information I had, like all this stuff down here is, I mean, these notes are some of my notes, and then obviously, how AI is with things. It expands on stuff regardless of what you tell it. But the other bit that wasn't in that graphic was where are we? Down here was buildings. So one of the prerequisites to be able to build out a settlement was to what buildings do I have available to me? So going through all the requirements, the school is the top of the list simply because we know we have to have schooling for a way for people to it's our catch up mechanic basically, right? There's no skill for that. It just says I want to go learn about X while I'm offline, and that's what the schools. Now you got to be in the settlement, and when you log off to be able to go to a school, right, and start helping level up your skills. But it lets you catch up to an extent, not 100%, but to an extent with other people so that if you're starting late, you're not left behind, right? Trading post, again, is not a skill-based thing. That's just basically where our NPC, it says barter anchors. It's kind of, one thing I have not determined is if there is an auction house, and I think there's probably going to be a global auction house. I feel like every game that has tried to not do a global auction house ends up with a global auction house. For example, New World. Fantastic game. Wish it didn't shut down, but they started with every single town having its own, what did they call it? Trading post. It wasn't Trading Post. It was something else. I said Trading Post because it's right in front. It might have been Trading Post. I don't remember. So you had to go to the different towns to see different potential stuff. And probably in the first major update they had to the game, that went away. Same thing with storage. They had storage that was per town, and you could not access it from another town. Later in its life, it turned into, you had storage per town, but you could access it from any storage. You could move stuff around, right? The one caveat that they had to that was when you were doing crafting in that particular town, it would only auto use crafting items from the storage in that town. So a little bit of realism, but didn't make it so painful that you couldn't, okay, let me go to my storage and move something from somewhere else to here. Made you think about where you stored stuff, right? But it didn't make you have to go travel to another town, get the stuff, and then come back, right? That was it's meaningless. Like, what was that buying when you could just fast travel between towns to do it? It was just wasting people's time. So probably something like that for the trading post. There'll be other NPCs in town that aren't necessarily related to a building. They'll just be in town. But this will be where your main trading post NPCs are. Any NPCs that just straight up sell things or have services to offer that aren't crafting related. But so it'll be that building. Storage we just talked about, that'll be in every town. You'll have some form of storage, base storage, and then if you erect a house, then get more, right? It's kind of actually playing off of what New World did with its storage system, and I mean it's not what they did for the auction house, but storage probably similar, right? In that you have limited storage, but you can have storage in every town that you visit. You got to visit it first to get it, but you get it. So, and then farming is in there's a farm. There has to be, I don't want farming all over the world. That gets complicated. So in a settlement, you can establish a farm, a plot that you can farm stuff on. Uh, I don't think it'll be a limited thing. This is more of a if it's available in the town, like if somebody has established farmland in the outskirts of that town, then you can do farming there. If not, then you can't, right? Um, Smelter refinery is just exactly what it is for refining your resources. Forge is what it is, weaponsmithing and armoring. Um, Tannery and loom houses for your textiles, your tailoring and leatherworking. Alchemy lab, carpenter shop, cook house, jeweler shop. Pretty obvious what those are for. Fabrication bay is what we're going to tentatively call for engineering. Still up in the air, like I said, but it may work. The more I think about it, the more ideas I come up with where I could use that in. So it's probably going to stick around. I just got to make sure it's not this just weird, ugly stepchild that doesn't really fit in. So nothing wrong with an ugly stepchild, but not here. And then housing, of course. So housing and storage kind of go hand in hand in that you have a limited amount of storage. If you don't have a house, if you do have a house, then your storage increases, right? You can increase it from there. Um, and the other thing about housing is it's also a place to you'll be able to decorate to an extent. So that's the architect will be able to have blueprints or plans to build furniture for the house. You'll be able to display your gear. That was one of the cool things I liked in Asheron's Call's housing, and WoW is. I think it's getting there. It's not there yet. They might have just introduced some of this stuff. Final Fantasy had it, where you can take your actual items that you found and put it on the wall or on the floor or above your door or whatever it is, right? So um, just kind of display your cool stuff if you so choose. And you can take it down and use it if you want anytime. It's just a way to display it. So, um, so those are the buildings. It's not a ton of different buildings. I don't want it to get too complicated, but it's just the ones you'd expect for a settlement, right? And do we call them specifically these? Maybe it's just the idea right now. We don't even have a database table to store this stuff yet. That's one of the things we're going to do today is get this and our skill, at least our skills, the sub skills. I'm kind of holding off on the sub skills because I haven't really like this is our list of sub skills that we had. I don't know that they all are. So I feel like there's going to be some of these that are just going to be native because you know how to do this base skill at a certain level, you get this ability. And we have ways of doing this. We have our base skills, right? Um, and then we have our sub skills in here, right? Um, but what we don't have is, I guess I don't see it. I thought I had it, but I guess I don't. Is what are you granted because you know the base skill at what level? I don't. I thought I had someplace to put that because I know we've got at the character level. We have their skill level. They don't necessarily want to hard code these either. So I think I'm missing a table now that I'm looking at this. Because we'll be able to track what your current skill is on all of these, right? We have that at the character level. What we don't have is a definition for what do you get? What actions do you get? We have a thing for channels. Hmm. Blueprints. So these are the things, these we have for, like, we have skill level requirement here for blueprints. So we have that for all the crafting, right? Channels is spells. So all of your aggressive and vital and item and creature resonances, those are all channels. Um, what I don't have there on that one that I'm surprised I don't have is skill requirement, because we have it on blueprints, skill and sub skill requirement. We don't have it on channels, and I don't know why I did that. Um, enhancements are things for loot. Enhancement, statistics, and properties are all of the things that we will use to define loot. I am forgetting why I don't have a min skill on channels like we have on blueprints, and B, abilities. I could technically call them all channels, but that's kind of supposed to be reserved for magic. Why don't we have that? Let's see. We look at our closed, and we look at probably under the skill schema issue. We have base skill, sub skill. The blueprint. Let's look at our notes here. Yeah, this was all pre. This was this was basically me copying a list of skills from Ashran's Call as a reference list, and that was it. That wasn't. I'm wondering if there's a history on here of me making that decision and I lost it. Let's see. Right. Go back to the very first one and see. Now this would have been. Barely change anything on that guy. 31st. Here we go. Let's see. Boop, 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 boo. This is horrible looking in all of this. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we lost something here that I had that explained why we did what we did, but I feel like I'm missing an ability thing, right? Because it's not really, you're not channeling with your Limen or your mana saying to do something. You're just, can I riposte? Can I dodge? Can I, that kind of thing? That's not a channel. You're just doing the thing. So I think I need an abilities table. I don't know how we got this far along and not have that. I also don't know how we got this far along and not have a buildings table. So I guess it's not too far fetched. Um, yeah, this was all like early on. We really had nothing defined. None of this is even any good. So I think we need. I have two ways I can do this, I think. So one would be have an abilities table, just like we have channels and blueprints, and set all this stuff up in it. The other is use the sub skills as those. The only problem is these don't have um, what skill level you need to have to be able to use said sub skill, and I would need that. I could add that. I honestly don't know why I don't have that anyway. So we could go that way because it might get confusing too. Like if I say base skill or skill and sub skill, and then well, you also have an ability that's tied to that skill. Now you have abilities and skills. And is that confusing? I feel like that might be confusing. Maybe that's why we didn't do abilities, and we just when I was going over, I have to go back and watch the stream. We were going through it. I'm wondering if we just said things like parry and block and the different things from here. I keep saying defensive stuff, but all the different things, not all of the things for these sub skills, but riposte and cleave and brace and focus strike and sweep and aim shot, those type of things. Those are just sub skills. And I think maybe the only thing missing on a sub skill right now is what base skill requirement is there. And it could be zero. Like there's going to be stuff you just get out the gate, right? Um, but maybe there is, maybe that's all we need to add then. Maybe we just need to add to sub skills a base skill level requirement. So take a little piece of channels and have a both of these, if these aren't already here, are those on there yet? Not limit influence. No. I have a max level for it. Wait a second. Current max sub skill level. We have that. That's tracking what the highest level is of that sub skill. And I think we should have that here. Yeah, here as well. So I think we'd have some skills that are potentially limit influence from knowledge that would be required. Plus, where does this not have? This doesn't have it either. Man, did I just totally boof those? I feel like I need both of these. Why did I drop those? Hmm. Unless we were going to tie channels to a sub skill, but then if we tie it to a sub skill, then I don't know. I think we need to add those. I feel like we had those. We had to have had those at some point, did we not? Like it's not here, but did we take it out? That's character sub skill. That's not actual sub skill. So why is this so hard to read? Why can't they show this in that format here? I know it's the underlining markdown, but it's a pain in the neck to read. Because I'm looking for where. Hmm. It's a blueprint entity, Limen fragments entity, world Limen knowledge entity. I'm looking for the word entity now. I figured out how I labeled all this stuff again. And of course, it's not going to search this box, is it? Of course. Why would it? Base skill entity, subskill entity. Man, I don't know how. I think we got to have all that stuff. Yeah, so we're going to have to add to, we're going to have to work. So I think we could just put those as skills or sub skills. And when we add the columns for that the blueprints have, we just add this and this. So these 4 columns need to be on blueprints. They need to be on, no, not base skills. Base skills are base skills. On channels, and they have 2 of them on channels already. Yeah. And we need to have them on, just look at these other ones and make sure I'm not missing something. On sub skills. Because limit influence Boolean is kind of moot at that point, because if it has a limit level requirement, then it's limit influence. Okay. Well, let me make some notes because I'm going to forget everything I just said. All right. So we need to add. What is this going to copy? Hell yeah. That's exactly what I wanted to copy. Subskill requirement, skill, subskill. Level requirement 2. Channels. Some of it's already there, but that's fine. I'll just say if it's not already there. Subskill. Okay, hang on. They're actually different. The blueprints is good. We just need to add the 2 requirements to channels, and then this is just the base skill level. And then, okay, so hang on. Add channels and just skill level to sub skills. What does AI think this means? This will allow us to gate certain NPCs and buildings based on the skill level of the character and the sub skill. No, it had nothing to do with NPCs and buildings. No. This just has to do with gating those things with requirements. So, okay, so channels will add the 2 columns for the min base skill or sub skill that are required to match blueprints. And then blueprints and channels will look the same. And then sub skills, we need to get rid of limit influenced and just have this. And if it's not set, then it means it's not limit influenced. Removing, what is it called? Limit influenced as the limit level rec will be set if it is. So let's default. Do I have defaults on any of these yet? Let's see. We look at blueprint. That's our properly defined one at this point. Skill level requirement 1. This one's nullable. I said subskill level requirement is not nullable, and I didn't give it a default. Why would I do that? Same thing with Limen level requirement. Like if I don't have a knowledge ID, I can't have a Limen level requirement. I feel like I was so tired of database design that I just totally jacked some stuff up here. Hang on. We have Limen fragments. Some weird checks here. If it's not required here, why is this required? And if this isn't required, why is this required? Because this can only happen if there's something to point it to. So, all right, we got some cleanup to do. I didn't realize I knew we were going to make mistakes doing this, but I didn't realize it was this dumb. Channels has the same problem with the Limen level requirement. And then this doesn't have any of it yet. All right. So, and make the Limen level requirement not or nullable since it can't, since the world knowledge ID is nullable. I keep saying not required, but nullable is the word I want to use. Yes. Fix some database issue. Let's do this. I can put these in order. Liminal requirement analysis, the world is null. And then here, add that. The skill level requirement default to 1. Because we have to put it under a skill, a base skill. That's required, but we don't have to have it under a sub skill. For consistency, let me put that there. I put nullable after the ones that I want to be nullable. Okay, so that is sub skills and channels. We got to fix the blueprints as well to not make this required. Make liminal requirement. Oops. And sub skill level requirement. Under blueprints. Yeah, don't put words in my mouth, AI. That ain't right. Okay. So those three have to get fixed. So then that's where we're going to put. So sub skills are where we put the abilities, as they would be called. It's just a sub skill, but you'll be granted that it'll be basically set up. It'll be gated by level, and you will get those just automatically unlock as your base skill levels up. So as you use a firearm more, you will unlock more and more things you can do with it. As one does in real life, you get better at something, you have more skills. So And now we don't need a separate table for abilities. It's just skills. It's just sub skills now. So, okay, so that fixes that, and it gives us all the granular we need to store all of that stuff. Okay, so that was a sidetrack. What were we looking at? We were looking at, we have to make a buildings thing. We don't have a buildings one, so we got to get those defined. We were talking about in here, this version of it, where did these live? And that's where we determine that we're going to put those actually in subskills. So this is no longer a false header. It's actually true. It's just, will you be able to get them immediately, or will you have to level your skill up, or will there have to be some level of world knowledge to be able to use it? So, example, Limen charged ammunition. Till we understand this mysterious power more, this is going to be invisible to everybody. You're not going to even know this is a thing. I'll know this is a thing because I made it, but normal people won't know it's a thing unless they go watch these billion hours of streams. So, but as the world knowledge increases, so that's what this bit is here under world, people will find Limen fragments, and those Limen fragments will have all of our story and flavor text and stuff in there, are tied to a Limen world Limen knowledge thing. And as you find more, this level goes up, and then whatever this is set to for world knowledge, as that levels up, when it meets that required level here, then it becomes visible for people to do. Well, it's not necessarily visible on your character. I haven't really figured that mechanic out yet. I haven't decided if when you meet a certain level, does this skill become visible to you, but you can just start using it immediately, or do you have to? Maybe you know it exists, but until you do something that interacts with said skill or sub skill, it's 0 for you. Like, it's just not usable. It's kind of a, hey, the knowledge exists. Maybe it's you can go through the world knowledge. We'll have our encyclopedia or whatever we want to call it, our not notebook. That seems too small for this thing, but you can read it and go, oh, there's this cool thing, and if I go figure out how to make this said item or use this said thing, I will unlock this skill and it'll become visible to me. So that's the idea of that. So, okay. So I guess we will put all these in as sub skills for now as placeholders. They're not, none of this is final, but they're placeholders. These don't go anywhere. This is just reference material. We might put this, maybe we put this in the description of the skill temporarily. Wait, get to this, please. So in our skill, base skill, we have a name and we have a description. And generated properties. This was before I had visualization, because we've since put on. No, what do we put that on? So on like terrain types, we have visual representation. The generated properties were going to be what the visual representation is, but I think it's just more basic because these are more icon based, and this fell into the when we do loot. No, no. Items. That's what I'm looking for. So we generate loot. We have the generated stats, properties, and enhancements. Stats and enhancements. Stats would be the actual numbers and bits on there. Enhancements would be, is it enchanted with or does it have an enhancement where it increases your attack speed? It's got when you equip this, it casts something and increases your attack speed or something. Properties is more, what does it look like? What's the icon for it? If it has certain enhancements, it gets an extra property to maybe make the icon glow because it's more powerful, whatever that is, right? Properties is more the visual representation, but they are actually properties that we defined in our properties here, which we don't have in here yet, but it determines your icons and stuff like that. So the other visual representations are more not item related. They're just, what does grass look like? So, okay. So we need to add our base skills and our known sub skills for those base skills. We're just going to, for the base skill, we'll put a description on there that is, if there is one in our list here for weapons covered, we'll stick that in there. We'll make all of these sub skills, and we'll just, for now, because I have no idea about unlock points, we'll just have it just based off of its main skill. And since we're adding to sub skills, the skill level requirement is just going to default to 1. These will be null. And we'll come back later and do a pass on those. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. We can put it here. So add our skills with the weapon types if applicable to the description, and add the sub skills for I don't think we do. I guess we have sub skills for. I'm all town all over the place. We do have some sub skills here. Not a final list, but as a starting point. Okay, we'll just add any sub skills that are listed. It's right here. All right, add sub skills that are listed with a default skill level requirement of 1 and no other requirements. And then we got to do our buildings too. So if we look in here, let's just make sure. So name and description is all we're going to have. I think this defaults to not nullable. There should be a default on this. That's not what I want. I want to copy your copy. Do we have? Is this one not defaulting to 1? No. All right, we need to default those to 1. So let's just do that database fix for that as well before we add them. For skills and sub skills, make the current max sub skill level have a default value of 1. Okay, let's get those in. So that way, when we add the space skills, it's just a name and description we're adding. I don't think generated properties is not null. And I guess Guess I'll have to put an empty JSON value in there. Do I do that anywhere else for JSON? Do I default things to empty JSON? Like NPC types? So I guess I guess I haven't added any NPC types now that I think about it. What have we added? We have added mob types. Ah, yes. This. Let's just do this. Um, we'll deal with that later. We'll just say default value of 1 and any JSON B, JSON B columns that are required should have a default of an empty JSON B object. Yes, perfect. And that way we can actually insert crap into these and not get errors. Now we'll have a default for this and this, and we're just filling a name and description. We'll have a default for this and this. How do I not have defaults in these? And I made them not nullable. My brain just turned off clearly. This is discovered. On subskills, make is discovered default to false. It was just so inconsistent, I feel. This is going away, so it doesn't matter. Inconsistent parentheses, whatever. I'm crazy over my notes. Stop. Okay, and then we'll fill in a name. Description. I don't have anything for sub skills. I have something for some base skills. I do. Why are those not nullable? I mean, I understand in the end when I am ready to go making them not nullable, but even then, it's just. And the wow, my fingers are off. And the default for description on both should be none. There. Okay. I think that makes it so we can insert stuff without having to sell all of those right now. Okay. So then buildings, we have to add. And I have no definition for buildings right now. I don't even know. I'm trying to think what we need to include on building types or on buildings. So if we look at our thing here for buildings, building and then there's going to be like a building level or tier or I don't know what you call it. I'm going to call it a tier level. Just tier. Well, this is the building definitions, not the actual building that was generated. because we have to add that too. We've got to have a table that actually stores what building. Do I have that? Let me see. Half of me wants to say I have that already. Half of me isn't sure. I do. Okay, so we have a table for that. We just building type text. Okay, I clearly just again boned that one up and just thought, oh, we'll just call it something. No, we need to have an actual building type ID. Okay. Limen influenced, huh? I guess it could turn into that. But we do need to add some extra here of like level tier or what tier it is. Please tell me I didn't make character ID required. Thank God. Okay. This has got to become default JSON V as well. Because this only applies. Actually, no. This can be null because if it's not a character ID, it has no access rights. So that just needs to become nullable. This needs to default to 0. What happened to all my defaults? I feel like I added some of this stuff with good defaults, and then I just went brain dead on other ones. Just guess what my brain was focusing on. Okay. This is very not cool. So, crap. All right, some more database fixes. On the buildings table in the world. Let's just do this. Actually, I'll do this a different way. Fix some database issues in the definitions database. Oops. Fix some database issues in the world database. Thank you. In the buildings table. No. Be nice if that's what I was doing. Make the access requirements. Is that what I called it? I think it's called requirements. Access rights. Nope. It was an R. Got the R right. Make the access rights column nullable. It's kind of where I wanted to go. Replace the building type column with a UUID building type ID column. No. Hey, the ripoff man's driving down the street. You don't know who the ripoff man is? I know. Come here, Alf. It's okay. It's just a Christmas song in the middle of the summer. they play Chris. I don't know if this is everywhere in the world or not, but they play. There's ice cream trucks that just at random times, seemingly in the summer when it's warm, drive around neighborhoods, and it's just a refrigerated, usually a van looking thing. Maybe it's like one of those bigger delivery vans, not like a huge like a UPS or a FedEx truck or something, but just like the white vans that you would kidnap kids in, those kind of vans, right? They drive around and sell ice cream to kids. That's terrible sounding now, but you know it. That's what it is. The big, what are they, econo vans or whatever they are. But they got an opening on the side and they have stickers all over it for all the different ice creams they sell. But they drive around and sell ice cream and they play Christmas music. And it's just a single note Christmas music too. It's just the known what everybody plays is it's Christmas music and the ice cream man that just drives slowly through neighborhoods and sells ice cream. Ice cream sounds really good right now, but I don't want to get up off the stream and go buy ice cream because it's called the Ripoff Man. or woman because it's a complete ripoff. It's like buying ice cream at a sporting event or anything at a sporting event. It's incredibly overpriced. That's what you get out of that. So I could buy an entire box of what I'd buy one of from that truck at the grocery store. It's okay, Alf. It's just a car driving by. I'm trying to decide which side of my head it's coming from. If it's in my neighborhood or if it's a neighborhood behind us on the other side of the trees. It's in mine. Yeah, Alf has it. He's pinpointed it now. He came up and sat with me. He's staring right where he hears it. It's in our neighborhood. Anyway, sidetrack. Squirrel. Is there a squirrel out there, Alf? Okay, so buildings table, make the access rights column nullable, replace the building type ID with the UID building type column. This will tie to a new buildings. No, building types, what it should be called. Building types table in the definitions database. So no foreign key. No. Take rid of that. What else we have to get rid of? Limen influenced on buildings. Will it be? Or is it just going to be this? I think we have settlement limit influence as well. Or do we even have that? Yeah, we do. Okay. Well, this isn't Christmas music today. This is Sound of Music. Doe, a deer, a female deer. That's what they're playing. It's not technically Sound of Music. It's just that's when I hear that song, that's what I think of as Sound of Music. um, so limit influenced it's on our settlement, not on our regions. We're not doing that thing. It is on our land blocks. Yeah. Is it on our subland blocks? I'm assuming if it's on our settlements, it's on our subland blocks as well. Yes. Okay. I think that's okay, but I don't think we need to go all the way down, or do we? Or should we? So if our back end process says, okay, we're going to set this circle area as limit influence. So it's going to set at the land block level that there's some influence at the land block. Hi. Are you scared of the ripoff man? It's okay. I got you. You're safe. It's okay. Um, it's going to set the land block as if there is limit influence. It's going to set all the sub land blocks to say they're limit influenced, and then all the settlements of those sub land blocks as limit influence. Probably best just to go down and set the buildings and the settlements as well. That way I don't have to go look at parents. It's the one-time thing at the time that we set it as limit influence, and then we just look it up. So I think we leave it and we'll just set it. We need to default that to false. Set make limit influenced not nullable. Default to false. There is no description. We did the same thing on the other ones, right? We didn't change that? No. Okay, cool. We removed one. And then Yeah, we don't have that on anything else then. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Cool. And then we have to add on the building. What do you think, Alf? We got to add a tier for sure. I'm trying to think what else needs to be on the building. So we'll have the building type that defines what it does, but the tier will define at what level things can be done there, which means at the crafting level, which is our blueprints, in here, I think on this, what? I'm thinking out loud, Alf. What did you think I said? Whatever you thought I said, I didn't say. Because you don't get that excited over me saying I think. Um, I think blueprints, we're going to have to add a building type ID, a required building type ID, and a building tier. So a building type ID requirement and a building tier requirement. Nullable, like they don't have to be set, but then define what is there. And then this thing will just have its tier, and that will determine what you can and can't do with that thing. And then how crazy do we go with this? I mean, this is just an idea out loud at this point, is do I make it so that if there's a Limen level requirement for a blueprint, it also requires that building at the time to be Limen influenced? And can you force this with an engineering upgrade? Just thinking out loud here. Is that a path that we go? Alf just sighed. I don't think he likes that path. I feel like Limen influence should just be you have a chance of whatever your crafting is, you have better output. I think that's probably taking it a little too far. It makes it too complicated. Now, I think there are upgrades you can make, which is another thing I think I need to take into account here is maybe add a JSON column that is building upgrades, right? And in there, and default it to an empty JSON block. And in there, if you apply some engineering stuff to said building, it gets applied. And then when you see the building, and that also upgrades it somehow. Now, what do the upgrades do? How do those come into play for blueprints? We could have building upgrades required JSON be on the blueprint that says you need these upgrades on there to do this blueprint. Now engineering has a meaning because it's going to make stuff that you can put on upgrades on any building. We have made it useful. All right. What did I just say? All right. Add tier as a int column to the buildings table. Add tiers and int column, building upgrades as a I say tiers and int column, not nullable, default one. Building upgrades as a JSON B column, not nullable, default to that. What else did we say we were going to add to the building table? I know we had a few things, 3 things we had to add to the blueprints. Was there anything else in the building? We're changing the type to a type ID. Defaulting limit influenced. Making the access race nullable. Do I add just, I think for flavor, maybe built by. And I'm trying to decide on, so this is a flavor thing, right? I have character ID here, right? That's really only for a house, right? That's only for housing. And same with access rights. Other buildings, though, um, right, Mr. Alf, they could just spawn when the settlement's created in the generation code, right? I could make it say built by an NPC name. And I'm going to have a list of NPCs, so I could do this. I could have a built by, was it NPC ID? I'm guessing is what we call it in our world. Yeah, NPC ID. Or built by character ID, both nullable. And whichever one's filled in, we go look up the name and we say built by X, right? And then I don't necessarily say a date, time, and I think that's might be excessive. Although we track that for we track that for discovery of things, but we don't track that for building little items like this. I think that's probably too much. It just feels like that's unnecessary information. So, okay, so we'll add those two. Built by NPC ID as a UUID column nullable, and built by character ID as a UUID nullable to the buildings table. Okay. And then up on the definitions database, on the blueprints table, add a JSON-B column for required building upgrades, nullable. Nikes. Not nullable, default to that. A UUID column for required building type ID. That's nullable. And a int column for required building tier, nullable. Okay. What, Alf? Your dad's thinking, it's 6:40 already. Jeez. You want to pee, don't you, Alf? And get your greenie. All right, let me before I stand up and forget everything that I still need to do, let me make sure I've got everything I think I've thought about to this point written down. So we've got our we still have to define our building types. We've got our blueprints updated. We've got our channels in line with the other ones like we had before. We've got our Sub skills will be in line with what we had before. In our world table, our buildings is going to get updated to have all the extra stuff we talked about. The blueprints is going to get updated for that. We have to add a building types table. That's our next thing. Add a building types table. Let's see what it says. ID, name, description. No, not those represented in properties. No. These three I'll take. After that, no. We'll come with, there's different stuff. So, okay. So we got to finish defining that. And then, and only then, can we add our skills and our sub skills, and then eventually add our buildings. Add the buildings that are listed with a default. Well, no, we'll come back with that. I'm going to put ... there so I don't, well, to do. And this is our to do here. So that's what we got left to define what we need to do. And then we'll go actually do it. We'll have Claude do it, but I'm telling it exactly what to do here. It will probably tell me I forgot something, but I think we're doing good. I think we found a lot of little issues already. I'm going to have to. So this is our to-do file. Setup infrastructure was nice and short. Phase 1, nice and short. Phase 2, nice and short. Phase 3, no. I'm going to have to, I gotta clean this stuff up, I think. We usually are writing ADRs for things that are excessive like this. We probably don't need all these to-dos, but that's the only place to put to-dos right now. I just don't want to have this. We'll probably get rid of a lot of little detailed, like fix some data issues and definitions, period. Get rid of all this. Like it's going to be in code and source control. We will see what we did. But just so I can track it for now. So we should be able to get down to here. I haven't even gotten to. I mean, I knew I had to do some of this stuff tonight, but I didn't realize I was going to fix all this other stuff. All right. Game dev, yay! You go to do one thing and you end up doing 17 different things to lead up to that one thing. That's just programming in general. Okay. Let me let this doggo out and get his greenie, and I will be right back. I'll give you a topic to think about while I'm gone. What is that topic? The ice cream man. What kind of ice cream do you get from the ice cream man? Discuss. All right, I'll be right back. All right. So I heard the ice cream truck playing Happy Birthday. And I think the song's called Oh Susanna. I gotta look it up now. I'm looking up where we. Oh my god. Over here. Excuse me. Um, I want to make sure I'm remembering the words correctly. Folk song, Oh Susanna. The lyrics. Uh, it is Oh Susanna. Alf, quit barking. Stop. So, yeah. Oh my god, I hate you so much, Pablo. So, why are these lyrics different? I remember Alabama being in it with a banjo on my knee. Well, this is a washpan on my knee. That's not the original lyrics for it. I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. I'm going to Louisiana, my true love for to see. Yeah. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. Because I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. Yeah, that's a song I remember. Anyway, Alf, chill out. Stop. Oh, I wish this ice cream truck would go away. He is not having this ice cream truck. Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling. That's what I'm hearing now. Hi, Alf. It's okay. You're going to survive. A rip-off man is not going to get your daddy. I promise. I won't fall for him. It's about to come right by the house, too. No, 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 no. You're staying here, Alf. I can't recognize what song it's playing now, though. If I can't recognize this song, how the hell is a kid going to recognize this song? It's blue. That's all I can see through the bushes is blue. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. That's the song playing now. Now I know that one. I don't know what the one before. It sounded very dark. The one right before it. I know. I'm not letting you get up, boy, because I know what you're gonna go do. I'm sorry. I know my Alf. Now it's playing We Wish You a Merry Christmas. I told you, it plays Christmas music in the middle of the freaking summer. It's okay. It's okay. I got you, Mr. Alf. I got you. You're gonna live. That's I promise. Promise. He's not gonna hurt you. I got you. I got you. Yeah, you gonna lick my arm now? Thanks. Weirdo. I'm holding you though. I'm not letting you go until the ice cream truck's out of the neighborhood. So I got one hand to work with now. Okay. So building types. We need the ID, we need a name, we need a description. We need a max tier. Or do we have a set tier like we do with... Yeah, we don't have a set tier technically for the tiers that we define, huh, pup? You got itch? Want me to help? I can help. I'll scratch this for you. There you go. Is this the leaves and the grass that you rolled around and coming back to haunt you, making you itch? Or is this you can't wait for your haircut appointment next week? And get cooler. I see a leaf in your paw. Let me see here, boy. Got it. I got it. You're not gonna eat that. It's not an eye booger for you to eat. A leaf. But in tiers, we only define 4 right now. But it's defined in the way we can add a 5th if we so choose. So we should probably have a max tier so we don't hard code that in the code. And maybe there are some that don't have like building type for home, tier 1. You get 1 tier. There's no upgrading your home. It doesn't do anything but store stuff and let you decorate it. We're not making a Sims game here where you can add rooms no, it's just you get a hut or whatever it is, whatever we end up giving you, and that's what you got. What are you doing? You're such a weird dog, Alf. You know that? Why are you so weird? Okay, so we'll have a max tier. I think we'll add. Int not nullable default 1. Sure, go for it. See, you survived the ice cream truck, man. It didn't hurt you. I meant to say ice cream truck boy, but I said man because I was thinking of ice cream man. I know you would love to eat some ice cream, boy. I know you would, but you have one more in the freezer that I still can give you, but not right now. Oh, settle. You're not getting it now. Don't gag on me. You're so dumb, Al. You're such a drama queen, boy. What else is going on in our building? We'll need something that describes it. Trying to think what we want on this. So for our mob types, we have visual representation. For our NPC types, not a lot, really. This is another thing we're going to have to hash out some more, I think, soon, is we're going to have to, because we're about to start doing it. Like, that's here. I got to figure out NPC types. I started with skills and sub skills and buildings, but I also need NPC types. I didn't do that yet. That won't be too hard. We'll have a limited number for now, 1 for each skill or something, or 1 for each trade skill or building type, and then some other quest giver or task runner or something like that, right? There's a couple things that we need for that. What else do we have stuff on? Terrain types, visual representation. I guess it's probably visual representation for building type. We need that because we got to define the graphics that are going to show for these different things. Whenever we define what graphics look like. What else do we need on building types? Oh, we got to tie it to a skill. Duh. Alf. You're rude. You know this? You're a rude little boy. All right, so we need a skill ID. I don't need the. That's not even what it is anyway. It's what skill does this thing do? Visual representation, not null, default to that. Yep. What else do we need on the building? Building. That's the dude's name. Bill Ding. Well, we do have to define what upgrades are available. Available upgrades. Up. Wow. Yeah. Yep. What else, Mr. Alf? What else are we forgetting here? So there is a skill ID. Well, no. When you're an architect, you're going to get a blueprint. Your blueprint's going to determine you being able to build this particular building, not the building itself. This is just defining the building. So we'll have a blueprint that is build X, build this building type, right? And that's what it is. And you always build the first tier, or maybe, I don't know, maybe you can build different levels right off the bat as you skill up, so you don't have to upgrade it. Probably so. What else does a building need, Alf? I don't know what else a building needs. Did we make any notes over here about buildings? About building? Because we'll define it inside of our code of what it physically does. Well, actually, like, Alf, you're weird. You're such a weird dog. So for Farms with Oddball, although it is still tied to a skill. So basically, if there's a farm, it's all tied to blueprints again for how to farm. Same thing with smelting and forge and tannery. Now, all these here, all of these, I don't really need to define how they work anywhere. It's just going to be these 4 that are special. But while they can be built, well, this isn't really built. This isn't really a building, to be fair. Storage. Is it a building? Do we have just like, maybe like if it has, we just have like a storage shed that's there or something. Or so a storage shed. Just to define that it's there. And then trading post might always be there. Do we make it so just every settlement has those 3 buildings by default? I mean, it says universal there, and that's what I was thinking. But do we, or do we make it difficult? Because that's really what the difference is. Do we make it so that, I go to a settlement, I can go store, there's no shed. Just throw your crap on the ground. Who cares, right? That just feels silly to limit that. Same with trading post and school. Now, housing is different. Um, that I think you have to bring supplies for an architect to build you a house. I think that's fair. There's not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna put a limit on housing in a particular settlement. There could be 10 million houses in a settlement. It's very crowded. It's a very crowded kilometer square. Um, we build up. It's a giant block that goes into the sky for miles. Um, yeah, I think all of these are just going to be Well, those two are going to be universal, and housing will be its own independent thing. So maybe those top three aren't actually buildings that we put into this list in here or in the database, wherever the heck we're typing this. Where are we typing? Here. I don't know. It doesn't really need to go. We need it. Well, ah. Maybe it's. I don't think we need to necessarily put it because if it's a settlement, it'll just be when we make show the graphics for it. There's just it's gonna always look the same for a school. Maybe there'll be different variations of it, right? Um, and we can just define that on the settlement because I think we have a place to define that on the settlement. If we don't, we can add it. No, but we could add it. Like we could just put visual representation on the settlement, and that could define what it looks like. Maybe we do that. Yeah. So anywhere else? I don't talk about this yet, do I? No. Okay. On the settlements table, add a JSON-B column for visual representation. Not nullable. That. Okay. To store what flavor of settlement uh, to display so there is variation. Okay. So I don't know if there's anything else to put on a building types table. But I think that covers all of the stuff. So we're not going to load these in, but we'll load all of these in. Alf, I'm going to need you to chill out. Settle. You're pacing. I don't like it when you pace. Drives me crazy. Okay, so then we'll come in here. Buildings that are listed and are not marked universal. And we're just going to load in the name. Huh. These two have two different skills. Something about food in this dog. When it gets in his mouth and he eats it, he turns into a demon. Yeah, you. Multiple skills for one building type. I mean, I could just put a skill list. Hmm. Because we're putting this. I'm going to try to do a JSON B thing that is skill list. So skill ID list. JSON B, not nullable. Default to that. Yeah, that works. An array. Okay. Okay, so we need to put, oh my goodness, I keep alt tabbing and I need to be control tabbing. Brain, work. Use the skill, the driving skill list of skill IDs that are used at this building. Right? No, there. That's. I shouldn't hit tab there. Oh my god! Control tab. Don't care about the notes. What else are we going to fill in on this thing? So this will get generated. We got a name. Description will be blank for now. Max share is going to default. We'll put the skill ID list in there. And these will be that for now. All other columns are defaults for now. I think we just establish on the skills table, we're going to have everything else just build a default, right? I think that's where we landed. Yeah, those will default. And then sub skills, it will be the same thing. Those default. So that'll get us started, I think. I guess before we do these 3 steps, let's get all the schema committed and changed and make sure we didn't miss anything obvious. Let's start here. Nope. Grab this. Not X, see? Come over. What the hell? Oh, it went to my other computer. So we want to replace that with nothing. Okay. All right, so that's our prompt. We typed it out. Exactly what I want to do. Get it to do the work for me. I'm gonna make my branch. New branch called. What are we doing here? We are skill and building updates. Okay. Updates. Sure. Because it'll do those updates that we've done in there. The skills, sub skills, and building types. There are a handful of database schema changes and additions that need to be made. I'm just gonna have it. No, let me plan it because it might misinterpret something I want here. Okay, so let that thing go. All right. What is after that? So there's that, and then we're going to do this bit, and that should be good. What time's a quarter after 7? That ain't going to get us to 9. And I don't have NPC types ready, so I can't do NPC placement until I have types. So types. Let's just brainstorm it. So one type for each building type except housing. That we do for the NPCs, we have like flavor that we put on these, didn't we? For NPC types, we added name format. Yeah, we'll have some. So for now, this is the type name. It's not the actual name. So these must be in a settled. Must they be? I think so. I think we'll just say that. Probably should put a building type ID on them. And that'll make it super easy to pick the type that I want, right? And I don't care about spawn weights. If I have a building, I generate a dude. So let's go ahead and add that as part of this update before it. We'll do it as a revision. So we need to add building type ID to NPC type and then make it nullable. And if it's set, then when we go spawn, we don't look for NPC types. Well, it won't have an NPC spawn weight, period, because it just won't be in there. But when we go make a building, we come in NPC types and look up my building ID, and we generate a new NPC with its dialogue options. Its gender doesn't make sense there. It's really here is where it should be. That's gonna be another change we can make. We're gonna move gender from NPC types to NPCs. Because I don't care what gender it is based off its type. Unless I'm like explicitly naming it a dude name or female name, or it's not a being of this world, right? Not a human, so it has no gender. But what does gender mean at that point? It really doesn't mean anything other than the visual representation. Do I make them all just shadows, just a silhouette, and then you can't tell what gender they are? uh Or do I get rid of that gender column and add visual representation on NPCs? And then just when I generate it, I say what that's going to look like in there and call it a day based off of the name that it picks. Because the names have a gender associated to them, a one or more, then I can just pick one. Let's do that. So buildings built by NPC ID will reference NPC. NPC actually lives in the world database. What are you talking about? World buildings. See, this is why you have it interpret what you say first, and you tell it it's an idiot. That means a real foreign key is possible here. Oh, okay. It did interpret it right. Jump to conclusions. All right. Unlike built by character ID or build. This is building type ID, not build type. Did I really type build type? Alf. Did I really say build type? Oh, that should be building type. Okay. Should build. Real foreign key. Why not? All right, so we got to fix some things that we already know. Let's read. Well, first, hang on. Let me think. Where's build type ID? Okay. Didn't actually correct me. This should have been building type ID. Okay. There's that one. We said we were the NPC bit we got to do still. What was the other revision? Shoot. It wasn't just the NPC, it was something else. What was the other thing? My memory sucks. Oh, add on the NPC thing. So the two things on NPC related stuff. Okay. So ba, ba, ba. Two additional changes are needed. One, add to the NPC. Is it lowercase? I think it's lowercase. Our database, isn't it? Oh my goodness, here. NPC type, yes, lowercase. A building type ID that is nullable for tying the NPC to be the NPC type to be used for a specific building only and bypass all the spawn weights. And then 2, remove the gender column from NPC types. And then we will add a visual representation JSON be not nullable default to blah blah column on the NPCs table in the world database to be populated when we generate the NPC. Okay. Add that. All right, let's read the rest of this stuff. I'm going to copy paste this because last time I didn't, I lost it. I had to remember what I typed. All right. So let's read the rest of what it thought I said. Phase 3 is about to populate skills, subskills, and building types with the real data, but the underlying schema has gaps. Refine, will disable or empty. La 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 la. Two logical databases are touched. Some definitions in world. There's no cross-foreign key enforcement. You can't do it. So that's why. All right. So in channel, we're adding skill level requirement int, not nullable, default 1, to mirror the blueprint one. Add the subskill nullable int. Change the Limen level requirement from int to nullable. Since word limit is already nullable, a channel with no Limen tie should have neither set. Yep. Let me go read my notes. So on channels, add that and that. Skill and wait, nope. Skill and subskill. And then Limen level requirement becomes nullable. Yeah. So then remove that entirely, add skill level, world knowledge ID, and the Limen level requirement as we do the other ones. Current max subs add value. Or add default value. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Is discovered, false, description is none, generated properties, add that. Yeah. We're just fixing all of the defaults on the required columns that we're not going to fill in yet. Base skill, add the default. Description, the none. Generated properties is blank. Okay. And blueprint, change it from nullable on the Limen. Skill level from int to nullable. Nullable. Why are you being so rude? Huh? Why are you being so rude? You had so much lap time today with all the meetings I had. You're being so rude. Yes, you are. Well, you're going to take over the couch now, huh? Is that what we're doing now? Hmm? I'm just going to ram jam your head into my belly? Blueprint. Change the skill level requirement from int to nullable. Wait, what? I said to do that? Oh, God, Alf. I don't remember saying to do that. Did I mistype something? Oh, good lord. Okay. He's decided to not let me have my whole cushion. So blueprint. Make limit level requirement and skill level requirement nullable under blueprints. That should have been sub skill, huh? Right? Did I type that wrong? So blueprints. Yes, it should have been sub skill requirement. I just typed it wrong. Balls. This should be not int 4. Copy the column. Copy. There. Add required building upgrades. Not nullable. Required building type ID. Nullable. And required building tier. Nullable. Yeah. Okay. That all makes sense. New building types table. It's going to go under new entity. It's going to put it under settlements. That, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. It isn't a definitions database. I don't know about that location though. Let's see. We want to put under core entity settlements. No, I don't want the project file. Is that how we normally do it? I mean, I guess that's how we did resources for types. If we look at I guess it makes sense to put there. That's world related things. I would think this really should go up in the settlements, though. No? Region name pool is fine. It would just make more sense to be up there. Now that I'm looking at these, this stuff is fine. You have NPCs and NPC type here. So yeah, so I think building type is fine to go there. But this I feel like should go up under settlements. I'm not going to save this. I want to be able to copy this. 3. And one suggestion, I think the class and things related to that name pool should be up under settlements as well, since that is where it is used. The NPC name pool is up under NPC, isn't it? Yeah. Just like we did with the NPC name pool. I might even make it a suggestion. And well, And unless you have a darn good reason not to, I'll not say damn, I'll say darn. Okay, so then building type is going to go there, and building type configuration. Oh, configuration. I'm looking at entities. Like, why? I'm looking in the wrong place. Data configuration. Let's see. Does the same thing? No. World configuration. Settlement configuration. It's going to do what? Oh yeah, we have to. Yep. I'm guessing here. And how is this, which is in the world database? I think, right? Is it not? Am I crazy? NPC types, NPCs. I am questioning it now. I question this as we put the NPC class under the same NPC configuration that NPC types and name pool and all are in. Why does that work across DB contexts, but not this? I want to understand why it thinks it needs to do that, because that's different than what we've already done. Okay, so ID, name description. That all works. World database changes in settlements config. We're changing the building. Okay, so let's just change it, making all of our related changes that we added. No, wait. Database definition. This is the world. Yeah, so this is the access rights from non-nullable to nullable. Building type with, yeah, I already told it about that. Add explicit false default, tier default. Building upgrades not nullable default to that. Building built by NPC ID, nullable GUID. Area ID, nullable GUID. Add visual representation to settlement. And we'll do all that crap. Okay, so we put those comments, and we're having these comments as well. Confirm it all you want. It's already the way we did it. And it works. In theory. Is it best practice? I don't see why not. It doesn't rely on the database context in that file. So why does it have to be separate just because of database context? There's really no reason for it to be. I mean, none of these are. I have a single file in every single other one of these. Why would we have a second one here? Which occurrence of skill or requirement the plan should be renamed to sub? Now I know how the commenting works. It doesn't include the line. I just notice it here too. It doesn't. If it can't figure out what I'm talking about, it's going to ask. Which one was I? Did I comment? It was this one, right? The blueprint. Yeah. Blueprint's existing field. No, not renamed. I'm not renaming the column. Because I already had a sub-skill requirement on it, did it not? Blueprints. Yeah, it just wasn't nullable. I'm looking at it right here. It was just supposed to be the sub-skill level requirement column going to a nullable int instead of the skill level requirement column changing. I didn't mention blueprint. It's still going to ask me, well, what do you mean? Okay, I figured it out anyway. Good. Oh well. Now we're running the plan with all corrections. Blueprints existing, not become null. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Wish it would show you a diff here. All right, so now we have an explanation. Entity namespace also follows domain of use, not database of storage. This is why NPC name pool, a definitions database table, is under the entities NPCs rather than entities definitions.settlement definitions. Settlement name pool currently lives under entities world. It moves to entities settlement to match this convention. Same domain as settlement building, even though, like NPC name pool, it's stored in Soulmark definitions. So that was that change. It didn't talk about the other one. It did not talk about the building type and adding a building type configuration. Okay, so that's the core section. But what about the configuration bit under data? Did it talk about that in here anywhere? Okay, so all right, same database references get a real foreign key matching the existing. Confirm this also applies across database context, sharing one physical file. MPC's configuration already holds MPC type configuration, MPC name pool configuration in the definitions context, alongside MPC configurations in the world context in one file. Each database context just calls apply configuration on the classes it needs. The settlement's domain config file will follow the same shape. Okay. That's what I thought. It's just classes. Okay. So let's see. Not subskill. Blueprint subskill is becoming not nullable. The build type ID should be gone now, I imagine. Add required building type ID, add building type ID. Yeah. Okay. And what else did we have to correct? That was those two, and then in the settlement name pool bit. NPC types table. That's the NPC types, but wait. Where did build type ID go? What was that? For? Oh, down here under building. Yeah. That's that one. Okay. So the NPC types table, we're adding the build type ID, removing gender. Building type ID. And then we should be adding on the world table. NPC add visual representation. Yeah. Exactly. All right. Go do your thing. Get her done. That all looks right now. Make it look pretty. Okay, so that should cover. We'll review it all when it's done because it might still be wrong, but we'll check it all. I need to go ahead and close these because they will become stale and break when it changes those tables. Okay. So back to our NPC stuff that we have already added some things. One type for each building type except housing. These and have a building type that they are tied to. Yeah. So then on the rest of the NPCs table, NPC types table. The rest of the stuff doesn't matter. Oh, and the name format. The name format for now will be and blacksmith is the building type name. If is the building type name. Yeah, that makes sense. That works. Bup, 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 So then we're gonna have some other thingamajiggers. We're gonna have a trading post NPC. We're going to have which it also won't have a spawn type, but I don't. Now I'm regret. I mean, we haven't put them in there yet, so it doesn't mean we can't. But I'm starting to think we need that so that we can go get the NPC type definition to spawn with the trading post. And there's potentially one at the farm. Maybe those ones just don't ever. Do we put a Boolean on this maybe that is always spawn in settlement and an add farm trading post storage isn't actually a building type? Or is it? Is it a storage shed? It just won't have an NPC at it. Well, yeah, it doesn't need an NPC at it. What are you doing, boy? What are you doing? Are you pushing even harder on me now? You can't put your head there. You can't put it on the keyboard, dog. That doesn't work. It doesn't work, Mr. Ralph. You're very needy. Maybe we do put them all in there now that we're talking through this because I gotta have some way to associate an NPC with the building type. So I think we got to put that on there on the building types table. Hump up. So we're gonna have it add that column as well. Yeah. Nice sweet boy. You're so sweet when you're calm and cuddly. You know that? You know that, Mr. Alf? Hi. Are you trying to grab my arm? What the crap, Alf? I think we're going to have to. Yes, we'll put always spawn in settlement. And then that way we can tie the different NPCs to it. Ugh, so much slobber. Okay. Oh, the big yawns. The big yawning boy. Need to add all the buildings. Well, actually. So where we say add the buildings that are listed. Add a column to the building types table. Always spawn. That will be true for trading post, storage, and not farm. Brain, other one, trading post, storage, school. mean, I guess at that point we can let it be upgraded. I don't know what the upgrades are off the top of my head, so we'll just let that go for now. Use the ones listed in the ADR. Use the driving skill to fill in a list of all of skill IDs that are used at this building type. All other columns are defaults for now. Okay, so we don't have a special trading post NPC. That helps. Is it done yet? It's probably still testing, isn't it? Yeah, it's testing it now. Me. We'll do it separately. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Boop 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 beep boop boop boop. So the other ones that we're going to have are going to be do we want to call them quests? What is your quest? To seek the Holy Grail. Or do we want to call them tasks? Or something else? What other words are there? Because they're not, it's not going to be like your normal game where you have a question mark over somebody or an exclamation point over somebody saying, hey, there's a quest here. It's just you got to talk to them. It'll be in their dialogue. Are you trying to grunt on the mic, Alf? You're so funny. Please don't type. Oh, you're hitting the space bar. You're hitting the space bar. No. No, Alf. No. Nimijaba. Nimijaba. Is that what we're going to call them instead of tasks or quests? We're going to call them nimijabas? Oh, Alf. What am I going to do with you? Move my keyboard up. You get grass there, dog. Okay. This is very awkward typing now. What we got over here? You should just put them in there. Okay. Okay, so a couple tweaks we got to make. Not the. Let's see. Couple more tweaks that came up before we populate. Nope. Nope. Control Shift V. There we go. I column the building types table always spawn will be true for turn. So we have a building type to associate the NPCs to. NPC types to. What else do we need to do? Ow. Chill. What was the other stuff we had to fix? Was that the only thing we had to change? Was that? Okay, so let's say one more tweak. And also go ahead and update the export to have all these new columns where necessary. What else? Well, let's review before we say we're good. So changes. I think about the ADR. This is the markdown changing. We're versioning it. Versioning it. Do 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 do. Yeah, let's get all that stuff in there. Okay, so NPCs, added visual representation, NPC types, got rid of gender, added building type ID, and then we get the building type that it's associated to if it's not null. Right, building. So building type became building type ID. Access rights is now nullable. We added tier, building upgrades, build by NPC and character ID, and then we'll pull back the NPC if it's set, because it's in the same database context. Building type is just the new thingamajigger, right? Settlement, we added visual representation to. The name pool, we added. Oh, it's because we moved it. That's right. We deleted it out of there and moved it up here. So this is what was deleted, and no more references anything, and this is what was added. So fix that. Base skill now defaults to none and 1 on those. On blueprint, these are now nullable like they're supposed to be. We've got the three. I'm literally looking at 3 things, and I say 2. The 3 new required things. This is not nullable, but we have a default of not requiring anything, and then those are nullable. And they don't matter unless this is set anyway. So this doesn't matter if this isn't set, so who cares? And then we'll pull in the building type if necessary. On channels, we made this nullable like it's supposed to be. We added the skill level and the sub-skill level. Sub-skills. Added the skill level and then the Limen level requirements. Set the description default to none and the current max level to 1. Got rid of that file. So this is just building all the NPC stuff out. Yeah, I can't delete a building type if there's an NPC type associated with said building type. So makes sense. And visual representation. This is our new building types entity. That all looks good. Settlement name pills, huh? Settlement name pools got moved here. And it's going to have been taken out of the world configuration. What we'll find. Alf, settle down. God, you're wheezing like you can't. You're being squished. So weird. Got all of these things updated. Yeah, okay. So skill configuration. What am I looking at here? This is skills. Oh, base skills. Yeah. It's changing the defaults on them. That's right. Lots of defaults here. Adding some columns. Or not adding some columns. We're just adding defaults to columns that didn't have anything set on them before. Same there. Same down here. And the requirement of the building type. And this, we got rid of that because we moved it up to settlement configuration. There's nothing that changed in that file. So in our DB context for definitions, we added Alf. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. You're being really weird, dog. You're acting like the world is ending. We had a reference to settlements and entities and configurations here, so we could add in our building types and into this context, or to define the context. And then, oh, this is the actual migration script to do all of this work. So, yeah, we'll go look at the tables here in a second. We're not too worried about these. Just doing all of the stuff and things we asked it to do in the down version of it. This is the world export. Added the building type names, dictionary. We have all the building types. Upgraded the version. Add the building type name there. Import is similar. Changes building type to building type ID. Validation, building type ID by name. Version 3. What else changed? So we're getting all the building type names into here. So we have them for reference, and just renumbered everything down here. And added validation on the settlement to make sure the building types all work. Yep. And our export document schema got updated. Building type became building type name. Okay, so that all looks good. Let's look at the database itself. And let's see here, refresh. We have a building types table now. Looky there. That works. We're going to be adding a column to this. I was going to touch everything again, but that's fine. Which means I'm going to hit the commit button. Initial DB updates for building types and skill, sub-skill implementation changes. Let's commit all of, well, yeah, it's fine. Get all of this so we can see what we change in the next round. Okay, so we had our building types, our blueprint columns. We have the default there. These are no longer required. Good. That looks good. On channels, no longer required. And a default here. And that's nullable. And then, hi, Alf. You're so weird. What are you doing? How is this comfortable for you, Alf? How is this comfortable? You want space? There. You're weird. All right, NPC types. Building type ID got added, nullable. We got some defaults on there now. What else did we change? It was down in world. Refresh this guy. And we changed NPCs have visual representation on. Oh, I didn't notice on NPC types. Yeah, the gender's gone. Yeah. Okay. Visual representation on NPCs now. Settlements have visual representation to define stuff on them. And then buildings, I think we touched too, right? Yeah. Yeah, I got tier, built by, building upgrades, the type ID. And then these are both nullable now. And that's got a default on it. Okay. Okay, so then we got to get this added. What else? Let's finish kind of figuring out. Let's close all but this. Let's finish just kind of thinking through the NPC types just to make sure there's nothing else we need to add. The building type name can also be the NPC type name for now. Doesn't really matter. No one's ever going to see that name. That's more for me than anything. But so the other types. So we go back to the Najibaba task versus quest versus Najibaba. So we'll just put it in. We have task NPCs, task slash. Actually, no, we're going to have quest NPCs. Let's just keep it simple. Quest NPCs. These will be random around the world and sometimes in settlements that give out quests if you talk to them and with the right dialogue options. Sometimes persuasion or deception checks are needed. And then we're going to have task NPCs. These will do random tasks for you and are only found in settlements, i.e., go out and collect X amount of basic wood, that kind of stuff. You can task them to do stuff, and they will do it in a certain amount of time and drop the results in your storage at that settlement. We'll have that. What other types are we going to? I mean, those are two types, but there's going to be a multitude of those, right? There will be a multitude of this type defined. These ones, none of these will have spawn weights set. They just exist if the building exists. For different quests. And the same is true on this guy for different tasks. Or there will be mostly multitude. There'll be less of these, less than quests, though, because there's only so many things to collect, right? So there'll be different subsets that they'll go out and do for you. I don't want to make it so that you can go to any town and have it always be an NPC that goes, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I feel like that's probably a bit weird. I think they'll just be random of where they'll go out and do stuff for you. More rare ones will be, more rare collection things will be a lower spawn rate, basically. So, but I don't think any of that requires change to the NPC types table, because that is why the dialogue options are going to drive stuff. Now, I say that, and as I'm saying this, I'm thinking, well, I've got to find some task types and quests. Where is that going to go? Is that just dialogue options? How do I track that you've talked to this person and started this quest? Or is that even a thing? Do I even... Well, we talked about having a journal to track when you were told something, but I don't know that we need to do anything other than maybe put it in your journal saying, hey, you talked to X in this place and they wanted you to do Y. It could be complicated, right? Or investigate something or whatever that was, right? And the result is you always having to come back and give them something. Like every single quest always involves an item to bring back to the NPC as proof. Or you're able to answer a question. And those, I'm going to write these down because this is a great idea. I just thought of it. So first off, your journal will be updated with the fact that you talked to this NPC with relevant quest information. You will have to do one of the following, one or more of the following for a given quest. And this is where we come up with the quest types, right? So these are going to be fully fledged out right now, but go find some type of resource. Go bring an item that meets certain requirements. Investigate a location that will give you a character specific result to return to the NPC. I think there's got to be something that, like, those dialogue options, it's basically going to be code inside those dialogue options, which is kind of cool in a way. That makes it much more dynamic. I can do more things, but this whole system is just conceptual right now. I don't even know how I'm going to do it right now, but um, why is it taking so long to fix it? Fix it. Why is this so hard? That's not how you spell it either. That. Um, I don't know how those are going to work. I feel like the NPC types are going to change, or the dialogue options are going to reference a quest, and we will track it, right? And that quest, and we're going to have, like, in our definitions, we're going to define all of the quests and what they are. And then in the characters, I think we're going to have something like, we don't even note it here. I don't think we have a column for journal, right? No, I know we've talked about the journal in our design somewhere, so that'll have to get added. Um, but they'll have to be like character quests, and that'll just be your current quest. Most of these will be repeatable. Maybe. I'll think about that. It's all conceptual, but I think dialogue options is enough because we can just reference in that JSON a reference for the quest somehow that ties it to the database information. So that way we can define quests and dialogue all in the database, not have to deploy new stuff, unless we're deploying some new tech, like some new type of quest that doesn't have the need special coding, right? So the dialogue options will reference a quest ID that is defined in the definitions database in the future and will be tracked in the character's quest log. Some quests will be repeatable. Um, and then maybe dialogue options can be dynamic based off different conditions defined in the JSON. So you could say that it has to be a Limen influence settlement to be able to see this quest, or the character has to have X skill. So Limen influenced area to see the quest option. Character has to have a certain skill level in something. We'll come up with more ideas later, but none of this matters to define the NPC types aside from we just need dialogue options. But I don't have to define all that stuff right now. Do I have a place to really work that bit out? Let's see. So travel, no. Skills, no. Loot gen, no. All the gathering stuff. And once this is implemented, that'll help us define those. Combat, no. Death, crafting, NPC dialogue. There we go. So I do have it down here. Quest task generation. Yeah. So we got it all down here in 4H. Way down the line, but we're just making notes up here. Um, hmm. Okay, what else for NPCs matter right this moment? I kind of went a little overboard here, but had a good train of thought I wanted to make notes on. I don't think any of this changes the table anymore, though, for now. Yeah, because all this for these ones, these last two, these are going to have all the spawn percentages and terrain types. So I just realized, well, we won't do spawn. Let's say we won't do spawn weights for NPC types that are must be in settlement, but this doesn't even. I still need to say. So this isn't a valid property anymore because we have the building type ID. If this is set, then they don't have spawn weights. If the building exists, they get spawned. The other NPCs we have now for quests and tasks, as we're calling them at the moment, are tasks are always in town, so they must be in a settlement. But we don't want them to always spawn, and we need to have okay. These are rarer ones than these other ones, right? So, um, that's just going to go into spawn weights with a terrain type of, and the only terrain type will be settlement, but it has a percentage on it. So this setting doesn't even make sense to keep, because we'll just look up NPC types spawn where terrain type is settlement, um, and get the weights. Because we didn't have this before. I think this was intended to mean that this was like a NPC in town at a crafting station or something. This now defines that. So now it's just how frequently does it spawn is what we need to define. So this needs to come out. So this column needs to go. So we do have a couple more tweaks now. On NPC types, remove the must be in settlement column as the only ones left. I just saw that relaunched update thing. I literally relaunched it before we started the stream. As the only ones left, as the building type ID column now handles this, and any other NPCs will have a spawn weight, even if they only, that's not a comma there, even if they only have settlement as a possible terrain type. So building types tables always spawn bool defaulting to false. That will be true. That will be true for when we add the data. Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm just trying to think if there's any other NPC types. I'm sure I'll be cutting the grass or walking off or something. I'll have an idea. But I know those were things that we had talked about having. because they're in our notes. I mean, they're literally down here at the bottom. So if we go NPC, not entire solution, just this document, please, down to here. I'm hitting the wrong dang button. No wonder. I'm hitting this stupid arrow. So NPC dialogue, buy sell orders as price anchors. So this will be a system that just happens, right? It's going to be in the background. We will make some notes here before I forget. This will be a background system that just uses random NPC names, random NPCs that exist as trading post NPCs as the buyer seller. Give it some flavor so it looks real. This will be something to kind of keep price anchors out in the trading post. That's another trigger. I forgot we had that on here. We mentioned has to be Limen influence or has to have a certain skill. The world has to have gotten to a certain level of Limen knowledge for a world. Certain level for a specific world Limen knowledge category. Another thing that can make those different. And these can be true for the task too, right? These don't have to just be for quests. It can be for the task too. I'm just only typing it once. And then obviously all the flavor for the character is going to be in the dialogue, right? And there'll have to be variety and whatnot in there, so it's not always the same thing they say. So when we generate the NPC, let's think. How does that work? So say we define an NPC type that has certain stuff in there. How do we make it so he doesn't say the exact same thing that another guy does somewhere else every time? Like it can rotate through them and eventually say the same things, but how can it be a little dynamic? And maybe it's just that we have a bunch of options and they are dynamically picked when you talk to them, right? And it can change. This isn't a static world like most MMOs. It's not an MMO first off, but like most MMOs, it's a static world where they can define it. This NPC stands right here or travels in this area, and this is exactly what he says all the time, right? This is dynamically generated, and I'm only going to have so many dialogue options, right? I can't have infinite number of dialogue options. The only thing I can think of to do to kind of force something would be like maybe so I don't have to define it at the NPC level itself, but take its name and calculate a number off of that based off of, I don't know, like the sum of the ASCII character values in X, and if it's between X and Y, they use this dialogue option, X and Y and Z use this dialogue option, and have it dynamically done like that, right? That could be something that could make it dynamic without having to do the name of the NPC has a hash value is not really accurate, but let's just say that hash value that determines which dialog options to use for flavor. So not every NPC of a given type says the exact same thing. So something like that. What export has been extended to 3.1 to add all that stuff. Okay, so let's see what it did. So this was extended. Now we're at 3.1. It added that character ID. The tier, the upgrades, all that stuff. Tier building upgrades by NPC. Yeah, the character one. Yeah, it's noted we're not going to bring it over because the character may not exist. So it wouldn't get set. It would just exist. The building would exist to not be created by anybody, and that's fine. The code will just say, if one of these is set, show that it's who's created by. Otherwise, just don't show anything. Or, yeah, just don't show anything. If there's a bunch of houses nobody owns them. Well, whatever. What are you going to do? Actually, did it say we're just not going to export those? Let me think. Because really, if it's a building that was built by a character, well, the thing is, then we lose the services and everything. Yeah, we'll just make it blank. I think they still have to come export. We're not going to export the player housing. We're just going to export the non-housing. Well, we don't do the housing and storage, then we don't get their items. If they export the world and then import their character, then there's no thing to tie them. So I think we said something about how to figure that out down the road. Like put everything somewhere, let them move it around however they want. And then we just don't export any of the player housing at that point. I think that's probably fair. Okay, NPC type. Got rid of must be in settlement. Building type. Added always spawn. Defaults to false by default in .NET. Always spawn defaults to false. Dropped a column, added a column, the other way around. World exporter just got updated the version, and we got this stuff in there. It added the tier and building upgrades, and the built by NPC, and visitor representation, and the IDs. Okay. Pending built by, yeah. Yeah, so then this is going to get all the NPCs and map them and update that stuff for the import. And the visual representation and tiers and building upgrades and all that good stuff. That's our ID map. Figuring out which NPC we're going to use. Yeah. Okay. And then the export's the other way around. Simpler because it's just an object. Okay. Okay. 840. What can we finish here really quick? So I think we can probably get it to interpret data and see what it's going to do. I got a lot of extra mumbo jumbo that it doesn't care about here. We'll have it do the building NPC types, but these ones won't. That's just notes there. It can add the buildings, the skills, and the sub skills. I think all this stuff can be done. I hit caps lock instead of shift, and I lost everything. There. So we're gonna add the skills with the weapon types if applicable to the description. Add the skills from the ADR. Use the weapon types if applicable to in as the description. All others are default for the description. I got to be a little clearer than this. I knew in my head what I wanted, but hey, I didn't have no clue. Add the sub skills that are listed with a default skill requirement 1 and other requirements, all those defaults. Yep. Add the buildings, add a column to the building types table. We already did that, so we don't need to do that again. Set the always spawn to true for trading post storage at school. Use the one listed in ADR. This is in the wrong order. X. Add the skills from the 80. I gotta actually say what to. I think it's just called sub skills, right? It's not called sub skill types. Sub skills, yeah. Base skills. Ignore. Well, no, home will be in there. Yeah, everything's gonna be in there. Yeah. Put in everything. That's right. Determine NPC types for both settlements and open world. Okay, so load some default NPC types that have no spawn weights because building type ID will be set. One type for each building type added above, except housing. These must be in someone have a building type ID that they are tight in a settlement. So set. Well, that's basically what I said on the first line. Name format will, for now, will be Bob the Blacksmith, where Bob is a random name from the NPC name pool, and the blacksmith is the blacksmith is a building type. The building type name. Bob the trading post. That's not going to work. But it's just for now. We'll fix it later. I just want to get it in the database. I can easily modify the records and then just have this go back and make a migration to change them based off of what I changed. Okay. Let's make sure it does it right first. Plan. Close this one out. Yeah, Bob the trading post. What are the other types that we have that would sound really stupid if we left it that way? I already closed the ADR, didn't I? Didn't mean to. It is. So we would have put in there open preview. Or it's going to put in there, I should say. Bob the jeweler's shop, Bob the cookhouse, Bob the carpenter's shop, Bob the tannery, tannery slash loom house. Yeah, that's not what we would ever name them. I said blacksmith, and blacksmith is not said here at all. It'd be Bob the forge. Maybe Claude will get creative and make some names up, some proper adjectives up, or professions up, but we'll see. Oh man. Let me go ahead and get these bits in here. Final tweaks to the NPC type and building types. And update of the import export. Okay. Commit all those. This a weapons covered cell for firearms, as subskills are weapon class, not individual guns. That's an explanatory note, not actual weapon names like bladed weapons. The firearms get that note as description or the default none. Default none. It didn't have. I didn't list out firearms. Why didn't I list out firearms? I think it's just I knew what they were. Oh yeah. This isn't even really all inclusive. That's just a type of weapon. That's not even a specific weapon like these other ones. That's fine, whatever. None. Housing's driving skill in ADR 30 is listed as architect habitat design. Habitat design is a sub-skill under the architect base skill, not a base skill itself. Building type ID. No, it's architect. Architect's base skill ID, yeah. It just takes everything literally. It just doesn't, it can't read my brain yet. I don't ever want it to read my brain. I'd be scared to see what comes out of that crap. Scared, but on the other hand, interested. Like, if they come up with a mind reading helmet at some point, which they probably won't in my lifetime, but if they did, it'd be interesting to see what it spits out. Because my brain is all over the place. I think about random stuff all of the time. So many different squirrels. All right. Resolved it. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, you built tables? Oh, okay. It's interesting. Say, what the hell? I have tables already. What are you building? Subskills, building types, and NPC types. Okay, all 4 tables are currently empty in the dev database. This pass seeds them from the ADR's content to phase 3. Has real queryable definition to build against instead of an empty schema. Everything is in that. One new data only EF core migration for that, following the established pattern, blah, 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 blah. Inserts that for IDs, name-based subqueries resolve foreign keys instead of hard-coded GUIDs. Cleaner than the fixed const GUID style used for terrain types, since nothing outside this migration needs to reference these IDs by literal value. Yet. Let me think about that. It is accurate what it's saying, but it doesn't know the future. If it could predict the future, I'd have already won the lottery. I should ask it to give me some lottery number and see if I get lucky. It was up at almost $1 billion a week or so ago. Where is it at now? Dude, if somebody won the lottery from asking AI what to pick. Imagine. I always do quick pick anyway. It doesn't really matter, but yeah, Mega Million's only 100 million. It's only 100 million. I mean, I just want a million anyway. Just give me a million, I can be done. Pay off the house, and the rest will go into things to collect interest for the rest of my life, and I'll be done. Um, let's see. I don't know that I agree. I'm just trying to think. Let's just look at the rest of the stuff. I'm thinking about that because I'm not sure. I'm kind of leaning. I want them to be hard coded for now. It's just a UUID because everything's a UUID on the IDs. Um, and I'm sure it's confused because on the train stuff, when we were generating stuff, it was trying to insert hard coded values for tests. And I was like, no, stop doing that. You're going to conflict with something. So, um, but these are actual types. Like I feel like on types, it shouldn't be random. So, for example, mob types. Is it random? I forget. It is random. That's different though. I'm not going to be referencing these anywhere. Am I? I mean, I probably am, but I'm going to look it up by archetype name. So that's probably fine. What other types do we have? We haven't defined channels or blueprints or enhancements. Properties we haven't. Resource types we haven't. I mean, we did in train types, but it's the only place we hard coded them. Kind of feels like a lame excuse to have hard coded them there, but we did use them elsewhere. I don't know. Mob types we didn't, though. And I can kind of see that that's okay. So we're inserting base skills, sub skills, building types, and NPC types. And NPC types, yeah, it's probably fine because we can query all of these in some way, shape, or form by name at least. On these things, it can be by name. On this, if it's not the random stuff I make, it's going to be by building type ID. So I think that's fine. That's fine. I think we're okay. I'm good with that. Let's see. And we haven't really built any logic around stuff to build unit tests on. We're just seeding data, so there's no test to be built. Once we start getting into building this stuff happening, it'll just look up stuff by ID. Or what it's also done in unit tests in the past is we've just hard coded dummy value to pass in a W into a dependency injected DB context that just has that data in there, and it works just fine. It doesn't actually need the database to run. So yeah, okay. We already went through this stuff. Do, 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 do. Going to add a new migration. Insert our base skills with all this stuff. All the other ones are going to be nothing quite yet. Sub skills insert via join table. So what's the join? On name equals skill name. Okay, that works. All their sub-skill columns, blah, 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 are omitted to take the data as default. Skill requirements, level 1. Building type stats, a pretty straightforward one. We'll eventually rename all that, but not in the migration script at this point. It'll be later. Second statement resolves skill ID list from the driving skill mapping via a values-based lookup joined to base skills, aggregated and applied via update. Okay, so it's going to look up a farm is the farming skill. A forge is weaponsmithing. A forge is also armoring. So, and then, okay, that's cool. The JSON-B ag Postgres function. Just talking to somebody today about how I like all the Postgres native JSON support. Nice. ET's a nice feature. SQL Server has some JSON functions, but it doesn't have a JSON column type. And then school trading row storage, keep default nothing. Universal and driving skill, other building types. Okay. 12 rows and NPCs, every building type's row except housing. And name the, and it's it's gonna throw in the building type name. Oh well, it's gonna be Bob the Cookhouse. That's fine. It's something to go into to remind me I gotta change this. Name the trading post. Wait, where's oh wait is what is wait for on the NPC? Why do I have wait on the NPC? Did I really think I was gonna give them a wait? Was I trying to like determine what they look like? What did I have wait on there for? Was that before I had the spawn weights table maybe? And oh, no. That's not what that is. That's not the weight. So the weight is, so there's spawn weights. And I think what it was going to be was it? Was I going to multiply this times the spawn weight or something? I don't remember. What do the notes say for the NPC stuff? I don't remember. Is that our world? Did we even have any of that stuff yet here? I don't remember. Spawn weight relative to other NPC types. There's going to be a spawn percentage. Oh, yeah. It is multiply. Yeah. So to make it more rare, I would set this to less than 1. To make it less rare, I could set it to more than 1 or leave it at 1. And it would be whatever spawn percentage is here. So what would happen is it would, I think the idea, I don't know that I've noted it down here or not. I probably didn't. No. The idea would be I'd figure out which ones of these were going to potentially happen, and then use this to determine which one in part of the calculation, determine which one I was going to pick out of the remaining list, right? I think that was the idea. See, I have this too. Wait, I even noted this here. I forgot about that. It could just be just a weight, like a percentage chance. That kind of is the random stuff, so that works. Okay. I just closed the browser. I didn't mean to. Oh well. Close now. Okay, so okay. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get those in. 9 o'clock. The boy is finally sleeping. Okay, so that gets us through here. And we started with basically none of this. The next step was to put all the skills and sub-skills into the database and building. So these three existed and none of the other stuff did. So we got those three done, plus a bunch of other stuff, and we can get into this. So we can finally write some .NET code. I mean, we technically have, but it's all been entity framework stuff that it does. Well, maybe this week we'll get one of these done. We'll see what happens Thursday. I should be able to stream Thursday, I think. Dear God, tell me there's not a meeting scheduled in the evening again that then gets delayed an hour and then another hour and then another hour and then another hour and then it gets pushed to the next day. And then it gets pushed to the next evening on a Friday night. That was so sucky last week. I could have streamed Thursday night, but they didn't push the meeting to Friday until 9 o'clock Thursday. Let's see here. Tomorrow is Wednesday, then Thursday. Yeah, it should be good Thursday. We get 2 streams this week. And I have stuff we can do. I don't have any homework, so. Okay, so all that's been applied. Let's just look at the .NET side of it really quick. It's literally going to be one file. Yeah, this file is just the big kahuna thingy, but this is the one that really matters. So there's all of our inserts, some more inserts, some more inserts, another insert, one update, another insert, and then the down to get rid of everything. Interesting that it does where the name is in. It should just be delete star. But there's foreign keys and everything. I'm surprised it does them in the right order and everything. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So now if we look at the database, and we go to buildings data, and we refresh. Oh, not buildings. There's not going to be anything in there. We haven't generated buildings. NPC types data. There will be. So Bob the school, Bob the storage. Those aren't. Yeah, we'll fix those another day. That's fine. I don't care right now. None of this data is final. This is all just test data. I mean, these are pretty final. These might not even be final, to be fair. I might come up with some fancy name for tannery / Lumos. That's boring. That's just to remind me that that's both leather and cloth, but probably a better name I can come up with that. I just was trying to get the idea out there. None of this stuff is final. We got NPC types, and we got the building types set here. So we'll double check that in a second. Nothing in here to look at, nothing in there to look at. So if we look at building types, we've got our building types in here. We've got our skill list. We've got multiple skills. We'll double check those in a second too. So that's good. Um, oh yeah, I did tell it to make the name. Yeah, okay, whatever. Um, yes, it's valid. And then housing's not there, so that's good. So if we just do a spot check on a couple NPCs here, so for farm, 8085 should be the farm. 8085, yep. And if we do carpenter shop, then 10A37 should be a carpenter shop. 10A37, yep. Okay, so those are in. So NPCs are good. And then building types, if we go to base skills, we got all of our base skills in here. I looked at this for a really brief second. My eyes were like, that says 2 thrown weapons. Nah, just 2 T words. Got all that stuff in there. That's cool. And none and everything else. The current max skill level is 1. And then we should be able to look at building types and go, okay, on forge, this should be armor and weapons smithing, I believe. So we would see F3549 and 787C in here under these two, F3549, 787C. Yep. And then a jeweler shop should be jeweler. So 47561, 47561. Perfect. Hey, we got some data. And then our sub skills. We have some data as well. 84 sub skills already. Nice. So we got a lot of repeats in here as expected because there's more than one for the sub skills. So if we were to look at this, for example, this should be firearms. 5C910 should be a firearm base skill. 5C910. Yep. And then if we do all these investigations, D58C3 should be the investigation skill. D58C3. Perfect. Hey, I did it right. And all that stuff looks like defaults, as expected. Cool. So we got stuff in the database to do stuff with now. Yay. Let me close this and okay, so if I come back here, close this, then a lot of X's. I really was hoping AI was going to pick up this and mark all of these as X's for me. And make me do it by myself, huh? Just hoping. Hoping? God. I know, Alf. It's bedtime. I get it. I got to put a bunch of X's in, though, because for the first time ever, AI isn't butting its face and going, hey, you want to mark all this stuff as done? It's not helped me this time. These. That's done. But not all of that's done. We still want to come up with some of those. We do need to come up with some of those before we do this, just so that we can actually get stuff in different terrain types. But again, we'll just put some dummy data in there next time, or I'll just put it in there at some point. Okay. Skills, sub skills, building types and NPC types, initial data. And we'll leave this open because the next one is all going to be the same vein of things happening. So we'll leave it on this branch. I will push this remotely though, just in case computer crashes. All right. Okay. Well, that was productive. Got a lot done. More fine grained details figured out. So, all right. That's going to do it for me tonight. Let me over her really quick. We're going to go raid Marks. He raided me last week. And he is building a text-based game. It's a few little graphics in there, but it's text-based. Mech, like, think you're a little mech being told what to do in a it's not post-apocalyptic, but what's it called? He's got a good description on his website, on his stream. He can tell you about it. But I'm gonna send you over there, and we will be back Thursday for some more. So have a good evening. Hit the right this one. I can't see where with my mic where it is. Move, mic. We will return the favor. I don't know why it's showing. There we go. Cool. We'll send you his way. Have a good evening, and we will see you next time. 8 seconds, and we'll get out of here. All right. 1. Bye.